Good morning, guys. Ding ding. Get some sleep? Not really. I'm gonna get you a coffee, Ivy. It's almost out of the woods. We're testing 5,400 right out of the gate. We might. It's gonna be a bit difficult to get over 53.95. And 53.75 should have a little bit of weight to it too. So we could reject and pull back to the 75 level probably pretty quickly. There wasn't a sharp shift in vol this morning, and most of the pump has been in NQ, which, dispersion hasn't even hit yesterday's lows. So I think the NQ pump will be kind of hard to support, especially with the dollar falling. Fed fund futures really didn't move very much, like 0.04. Yeah, tech loved the data. Well, actually, tech didn't, I don't think, care about the data, right? The current high isn't much higher than the high that we got at like 3 a.m. So I think a lot of this is just an attempt to press dispersion harder. But there's options interest all the way out to like 415. So there is some room to the upside. And positioning's a little bit more, started to shift a little bit more bullish yesterday. So you're answering Netflix? Oh yeah, I should actually. Probably. I might wait for the index. Just because it's ripping out of the gate. I don't want to jump right into it. I'm also okay with confirming a breakout at 40 on that. I made some good money on it yesterday, so I don't need to do anything crazy today. What the fuck? Oh, smart to wait. Yeah, we're still in a negative gamma environment. What's happening with GoEV? Ivy's going wild. Oh, there's a bunch of rumors that they've made a car or something, or are gonna make more cars. Hey, look, we're trading in the range that never traded before. On what? Sounds fake. I saw that zero revenue last quarter. Is Jamie looking like it has a chance to OPEX next week? Might be getting close to something. It's definitely not there yet, but it's getting shorted this morning. But if call interest starts to pick up, or at least interest in buy to close on calls, maybe. It's been about enough time. With all the startup expenses, have you loaned money to the business for the startup expenses? Because that's a thing. No, not really. I mean, legal stuff, yeah, but outside of that, no. 5,400, 5,405 bear calls today for the idiot trade. No, not yet. That one could definitely blow up in your face. I'll wait on. I'll probably wait on the idiot trade. I don't have any reason to rush into anything right now. Oh, I forgot to add the money from yesterday to the total. Well, let's see how things are shaping up. We're starting to get some sold calls out of the money, sold puts at the money, in the money, sold calls at like 405, 410. A lot of sold puts this morning down at like 25.30. They'll probably continue to sell those throughout the day. Could find a local high. Maybe somewhere around here. We're getting sold calls at the money too. Isn't the cost of goods up 0.6% bearish? That might be the most bullish thing that came out of the PPI. But I mean, it's kind of stagflationary across the board. Like PPI X food, energy, and trade was up 0.3, which was surprising given that core was flat and headline was like 0.1. But the business optimism index picked up. I think most of our moves are due to like the big move in pound this morning, and like the economic sentiment indexes out of Europe kind of being meh. Red Book was down a bit, but fine. Bostic's gonna speak at 1 o'clock. We're gonna have a lot of data for the rest of the day, so if we can shake off the vol and bulls can get a handle on the event vol crush into like midday before event vol starts to pick up for tomorrow, they might be able to push us up to 5,400. I think it'll be hard. I think it'll be hard to get to 5,400, but they could. Is Oxy dead? I don't think so. Are they? Ooh, no, but they're getting kind of cheap. Getting some Buffett prices here. Hmm. I might put up a buy order at like 55.50. hammered pretty hard this morning. Yeah, I know it did. You positioning for SLD today or after CPI? After CPI, definitely. Is this just setting up a perfect SLD sell-off? Still below gamma neutral. Beyond... Beyond doesn't really run on OPEX. So no, I would say that doesn't look very good. GME might be okay, but right now it's getting shorted still, so it's still getting less liquid, and it's got a lot of room to get a lot less liquid. I think something everyone's forgetting about GME and any kind of cycle moving forward is that the stock is significantly more liquid than it was. And it will take a much longer period of time to build up obligations on it. Not only is it more liquid, but demand is way the fuck down. Sup, Gherkin? Are we bullish? Should I be? No. Not particularly. Although I do feel like we could get above 5,400. I'm certainly trying for 5,400 today. Where is GN on SPX? The monthly is at 5,490, and the weekly is at 5,472. Still pretty far out of the money. Excuse me. Oh. I autopiloted the idiot trade yesterday. 10 wide, but Friday expiration worked out. Huh. What if bears ever won it as badly as bulls? Sometimes they do. How's that Netflix entry looking? Shitty. The funny is the idiot trade is actually kind of smart. Super manageable, which is the smart part. Shh, don't tell anyone. God. The row machine and treadmill are doing wonders. You look ripped in the stream card. Thanks. Which stream card did I use today? It was like an old one. No, yeah. What's this Tinder profile picture? It's true. That's, well, one of them. Huh. That's fucking ugly. Yeah, never mind. Stupid. Let's see how things are going. Alright, so calls here, and then big old resistance at 5,400. So watch for rejections here, or spike and vol. NQ and SPX are at major resistance levels. Dollar's dropping hard. It's gonna be hard to keep up the leverage with the dollar slumping like that. Carry trade's almost at a low over the last, well, since last Tuesday. How's the idiot trade work? Again, it's just directionally agnostic, but isn't that just a strangle or a straddle? But, well, it could be those things, but it's not, because it's a $4,400 account. So risk managed directionally agnostic plays. And before you say, but Gherk, you just sold puts yesterday. Well, I intended to leg into calls. There was just not an opportunity to do it. And second of all, spreads are technically not directional, right? Because they're 2 out of 3. They're either flat or like down, right? Or flat or up. I thought NQ back pumpies were off the table for at least a little bit longer. No, we're getting a push in dispersion today. It's just that there's no leverage backing it because the dollar's falling apart. So it should lose strength over time. Actually, so it's timing spreads. It's just, some of it's just selling spreads within the trading range for the day and legging into them. But, I mean, I'm only doing that currently because the account's super tiny. I'll get more neutral positioning as the account grows. Or the positioning will become more neutral as the account grows. What's the AMD launchpad over 140? Yeah, it gets more bullish over 140 and then significantly more bullish over 150. I need more day trades to do those idiot trades. I remember I used to send you so many questions on spread condors, and man, did they build my small account up well. Yeah, they tend to be pretty performant, and they usually have a fairly high win rate, so it's easier for people who are less experienced with directional trades to make money on them. Still getting a decent amount of call buying. Some at the money puts, 5,400. Not very many of them though. Damn, options on AMD are expensive. Yeah, it was a fucking massive bull positioning out of the money. 140 and 150. I should probably look at it for today, actually. Because I have not. Yeah, DN is at 138.25. And 140 is the big fat put wall. So yeah, above 140, it's got a little bit of interest out to like 45. Then it's got a little range from like 45 to 50 that's pretty flat. But interest might build there. From 150 out to like 200, there's quite a bit of interest as well. So the positioning on it's a bit split. If we lose support here at 90, we probably fall back to 75. Look for weakness in NQ. Let's see where they start selling puts too. I saw the at the money put 53.90. We have long puts at 85. Short calls down to 75. So let's see if this gets a continuation to the downside. A very small spike in vol. It doesn't look like a particularly weak drop. I genuinely have this question, and maybe we discussed it already, but how is the market recovering so dramatically in the short term with so much uncertainty and long-term bearish sentiment? It hasn't really recovered very much. We're still like 150 basis points away from neutral. I'm not less experienced. I have 75 years experience trading options, and I have 20 million in liquid net worth. I just choose to trade a $15,000 account. Well played. Well played. Do you think it's likely to fail 140 on the first few tests or fly through it? No idea. Well, there's just a big put wall there. So PPI down tomorrow. It's CPI is up. That's the bull case. Why CPI up? They need strength in the dollar. The entire value of the stock market rests on the shoulders of 7 multinational megacorps that all benefit from a stronger dollar. And to pump the dispersion trade, you need leverage. So you need dollar assets value to assets denominated in the dollar value to increase. Puts are getting crushed. Yeah, they're selling them pretty hard. Selling like the 70-65 and selling the fuck out of the 90. But also just making the out of the money put cheap, right? Which is going to encourage buying like of the 95, the 400, and the 85 and 80. So I just got like a I think we just got like a lower high. It was a weak bounce. And then probably fail. The dollar is still kind of dumping a bit. 102.92. It is now, however, flat against the yen. So that's getting turned around a bit. Sounds like you expect similar price action to yesterday. High in the early day, chop down rest of the day. I mean, that would make the most sense. This is the best opportunity to keep vol suppressed before pricing on options increases towards the end of the day, which is going to encourage both call and put selling, right? Also, they're selling a lot of puts near the money, which increases the chances that we get like a big fat red candle to the downside at some point. It'll probably recover, but still. And then maybe they'll try to target 54 by the end of the day to get us into like neutral positioning prior to CPI, or they'll try for 5400 in the overnight session, depending on how much resistance builds up. Yeah, GoEV is kind of kicking off. Seeing the cost of September 5170s go up despite price rising this morning. They might start closing some of those. Anything interesting with Go EV tips? No. Not really. It's moved up like 3 cents. Don't listen to chat on shit tickers. You're so confused how short-term and long-term sentiment seem so diametrically opposed. They're not. I'm not even sure that you have a basis in logic for your thesis. I mean, the market's not really up very much, right? And over like the 30-day period, it's down a fuck ton. So there's relief in the downside move, but there's no recovery. NQ's still down 10%. AMD above 140 is a little bit spicy. There's a put wall at 140, but you can also just get pinned to that, so be careful. It needs to break 140, not just test it. It's turning up a bit. A little bit of strength in QQQ there. I need to zoom out more. Yeah, yeah. Otherwise known as a relief rally. Yeah, I mean, I think we're still very much in the range where this can just be repositioning. If we get back out above, I mean, you already have all the levels, right? You have gamma neutral. You know where it is. We're nowhere near it, so things still are still bearish, right? We're still in a higher volatility, less uncertain environment. Still in Beartown, motherfuckers. I mean, we're not deep in Beartown, but we're in, yeah, like 3/4 Beartown. God damn it, Pop. They're in the Pickles picks. I know you have a problem reading, but you don't have dyscalculia. No, not dyslexia. Dyslexia is words. Well, I guess dyscalculia is a form of dyslexia. I'm looking at things too short dated and then long dated without checking the intermediate and discussing. Looking intraday and weekly to quarterly and further out without looking at monthlies. Come on, bulls. Tap 54.25 and then you can go home. I mean, we already got rejected off of the test of 5,400. We'll probably try to fight to hold this level, but it's going to be tough with vol rising. Like, rising vol here is going to encourage call selling. Out of the money call buying's picking up a little bit. 5,400, but sold calls above 5,400, which is just going to make 5,400 a big fat resistance. We don't really slip into any sold puts unless we go below 85, 80. So, I mean, we might be kind of stable here. It's not particularly bullish. I mean, I would look for weakness in NQ, not in SPX. That's more likely to be found there. Especially if the little pump on the dollar here fails. Commodities aren't having a hot day. Oil's pulling back a little bit after yesterday's high. Gold's still moving up. Wheat's still moving up. Dow's doing okay. Russell's doing okay. Neither overperforming very much, though. Euro and pound are up against the dollar a lot. Sector-wise, most of NQ's overperforming with the exception of like transportation and consumer non-durables. I think the drop in consumer non-durables might be one of the more bullish things we're seeing. But in S&P, finance is still struggling a bit. Energy, retail trade's not doing so hot. Walmart's shitting the bed. A lot of things just kind of flat, which is probably going to be like another realized vol crush day, despite the little pump that we have in tech. No breadth to support it, right? RSP's only up 30 points. Is Google still bearish? Good question. It looks kind of like shit because it rejected off of 65. I don't know how the options chain looks though. I haven't looked at it since this weekend. Yeah, there's a big put wall at 70. It doesn't look anything, really. It looks like it could kind of just sit between 55 and 70. Or just at 65. Kind of looks like short strangles on either side of it, or condors. The positioning going into OPEX is a little bit more bullish than the long-term positioning. And there's a little bit of bullish positioning picking up out of the money for September. But now it doesn't look particularly special. And 65 is definitely a hard resistance. I wonder why bulls are fighting back so hard against the drop here. It doesn't look like it would be very consequential to drop to 75, and they'd be able to sell better puts. It seems like they really, really want to try to hold the 190 level. Still waiting on the 640 cross, but wondering your thoughts. I think the calls at 640 are sold. I can't for the life of me figure out why they would want to try to hold this here. Just sold puts at 80? There's not even a lot of them. Money? Yeah, but I mean, if they want to sell puts, why not let it drop initially, right? And then sell the puts further out of the money for more money. Like, that's what they got to do yesterday, right? You just sell they just kept selling the 30 on every drop. It doesn't squeeze if it crosses 640. It just starts moving into more bullish positioning. Thoughts on Tesla monthly puts? The entire market's in a slow recovery, and you want to buy puts on the Mag 7. Tesla broke 200. Probably wouldn't short it here. No, they're not bought. There are bot puts. There's bot puts in the money. Not a ton of them, but if there were bot puts at 85, we'd be dropping like a rock. 80, 85. Maybe they're worried about losing 75 on a drop. A test of 50 would be kind of gross for them. Which price projections? What a vague question, Maple. If SLD plays out, that won't Tesla crash Pickles picks, but I don't know what price projection you're talking about. Are you talking about like ES levels? Gherkin, just tell them how you pick stocks and prices. I've tried that before. It doesn't help. Shockingly. I've explained it in great detail, and then people are like, it's just a mystery, I guess. Statistical predictions, SPX price movements. It's a combination of things. Partially positioning. Also statistical probability densities. Options positioning, assessment of strength and bought sold support and resistance levels. Dealers and a well-trained sense of institutional position management. Because I've been doing this most of my adult life in some capacity. Yeah, and a dash of magic. I bought 536 puts and you bought 537 puts, and I didn't watch you enter. I'm proud of that. Nice. That's how you doing on them. I guess it's just a mystery. Yep. Yep. That's right. Wizard. Woo! Centaur magic. It was granted to me by the ancients. I hate waiting on lawyers. Me too, man. Popcorn, we're both closing major business deals this week. Look at us. Business people. Fancy. Okay, you've had 49 minutes. Can you draw a line perfectly predicting how the SPX moves for the rest of the trading day? Okay, thanks. Gross. Doing a business at the business factory? Yep. I've heard you can only attain centaur magic by sacrificing. See, that's the New York woman once a month. Is that why you have the freezers? That's where you've mistranslated the ancient scripture, Mr. Poopy Pants. It's not sacrificing. You think IWM will push significantly under 205 this week? It could. I'm rolling my eyes over here, but you guys have a good time. So do you, Gen Gen. That's why you're here. Imagine this stream without all the nonsense. Just raw autism and stock data. It'd be boring as fuck. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. This isn't raw autism. No, it's filtered. That's correct, champ. Yeah, no selling your mixtape on the Discord. Ew, that's what I have in real life. I don't want more of that. I've attracted a type. Morant's Rants has brain damage. That's not the same as autism. Even if you don't trade, I feel like this is funny as fuck. I think there's people here that are just here for the funny part. Like Squamsk. Like, they just want to shitpost because it's a live Reddit feed. Increase rate cut expectations on that chart you've got. Takes it closer to 1, which is bearish, right? No, above 1 is bearish. Is there some sort of a time frame on that? Yeah. I mean, the current chart I have up is through January of 2025. Morant's Rants? Imagine thinking autism and bath salts are the same. I feel like these spy puts I bought are doomed to never make money. Are they trying to do pumpies here? No. Oh, today's gonna be a boring fucking day. If Morant's Rants has brain damage, where did it go? I've literally only bought Carvana contracts in the last 5 months. Can we OnlyFans collab? We can do a calf raise off. Ooh. I get the viewers. I'm mostly here to laugh, but also make a trade or two. Yeah. It's a boring job, right? Like, if you're even moderately competent at trading, it becomes insanely boring. So it's nice to have the people to hang out with. It makes it less boring. One of these days, you know, that feeling of euphoria and panic and anxiety will fade because you'll have just done this so much that your body no longer chemically reacts to the fun stuff. Which is rough for risk management, I'll warn you now. But hopefully you'll have made enough money by then it won't matter. What does Andrew Mo Money have? A future career as an Audible reader, for starters. Pack's got a nice recovery. I know, I bought the fuck out of that dip. Ah, you like me. Silly. Gherkin, I accidentally the whole thing. Wait, what? How was PPI? Meh. Yeah. Is this the guy who ripped off his shirt? That was years ago. What if your body doesn't react to the losses, but reacts to the wins? You'd probably blow your port up. Wow, Gherk, that's like depressing. What? No, that's awesome. We all saw that area where you bought like 100K in SPX puts by accident several times. It wasn't accidental. Well, that one time, I know which one you're talking about. That was unintentional. Remember Cat? I do. We had a Cat play like not even that long ago. It was a slow one too. It got to build up like a lot of anticipation before it like finally broke 330. So I got an entire week of, hey Gherk, what's going on with Cat? Is Cat doing the thing it's supposed to do? Can you look at Cat? And it just traded at the same fucking price for like 6 days. But for some reason people still had questions about it. And then it went up. And then people were like, oh my god, it didn't take profits. Are they slowly turning on the downward gap fill magnet? No. Does everyone hear a pigeon wail? No, no, not at all. That'd be a lot of people. Not yet. Mm. You mean when you tried to buy cat calls 10, but it reset the autofill to 100, and you ended up with more cat calls than expected? That was fucking awesome, because cat then ripped $100. That was a good month. And it did most of the ripping before I could close any of the calls I accidentally bought. Is everyone here Pontiff? Are the 5425C sold, do you think? Yeah, very heavily. Everything above 5395 is sold. Did Zwick and G-Fresh have to buy their own pickle-branded Patagonia sweaters? Yeah, yeah, they do. The office only comes with a mug. Not true. I have a 5410. Yeah. I hope it's not for today. Why isn't AMD at 150? Why would it be? It still hasn't cleared 140. I need these puts to print so I can pay my wife's tuition today. That's the kind of responsible investing that's made the pickle jar so successful over the years. Luckily, I live near the Patagonia warehouse, and I got mine from a puppy sale. It only costs $10, but one sleeve is extra small, while the other is XXL. Chances GoEV pops back above 2. My sold puts would like that. I don't know. We'll see what they say at earnings. When was the last time we hit circuit breakers on SPX? COVID crash? I see the vol. It's not even an intraday high. It would be interesting if the short puts at 80 squeezed a little. They're kind of backing off. So we might get some more downside momentum. They've been closing the short puts a little bit at spot. Getting scared. Huh. Probably still take some time though. That doesn't look very impressive. Alright. I wonder if we do both things tomorrow. How much theta for SLD puts next week? Well, I'm gonna straddle tonight, but I'm probably not gonna buy puts for SLD unless we get a failure here. Things are still just walking up level by level. Nice move on Netflix. Yeah, it's starting to go. It's not above 640 now. How much theta do you normally get on SLD puts? If I buy puts specifically for SLD, usually like the next week. Wednesday the next week. So like 7 DTE. Sometimes I'll get like end of month ones if I'm buying them further out of the money. We retested the low of the day. No, we didn't. Almost. Home Depot said the consumer is super strong and super resilient and is lowering their growth forecast to -3% in 2025. Bullish. How far out of the money do you buy weeklies versus monthlies for SLD puts? I don't know, like next major level to the downside, or next minor level to the downside, and next major level to the downside. Oh no, it's doing a thing. Hmm. Don't want to lose 78. Okay, well, that makes sense. What is idiot trade? Directionally agnostic. Option selling. I guess it could be buying too. I think gold's topping out. I'm considering bear call spreads on golds. Gold could find a top tomorrow. Although today was bullish for gold. A bit. And most of it was priced in yesterday, but Netflix still worth entering here. What's the range up? There's calls all the way out to 660. There's calls beyond that too, but most of the positioning's out to 660. One, illegal. Two, heathen? I didn't realize I insulted your gods. What our Theta Gang should be doing? Yeah, probably. Have you seen the SPXW meatball? Is that a bug? Hold on. Where is it? In the request thread? Oh, yeah, that's not a bug. That's miscalculated. It's miscalculated gamma because we're porting everything over to different environments. Just ignore it. Dork's fault. I mean, it's not Dork's fault that it's not in that environment. We have a correct one, it's just not there. Ooh, Barrick had earnings. Did you comment on that this week? Not at all. Although it did look like their projection numbers were up a little bit, which is kind of good for them. Well, snitches get stitches. Should I quit my job as a cog FA at JPM? Ew. I don't know. Do you have a backup plan? Good chance to enter Netflix for those that missed it. It's just chopping around 40. I don't think there's a rush. His grace can do no wrong. It's true. Can you make this go down, please? No. But I could prevent it from going up a lot. Like, it can go up, just not a lot. Do you miss the days when every third question was whether GME was forming a cup and handle? No, not at all. Are we quitting now to join JPM? I'd get better resources and tools, but I would actually have to work. Ew. Why would you choose work? And would you? Would you really get better tools? You can just support all your old people portfolios with calendar spreads, right? On TLT. That's what I was thinking. Do you miss when every day was just people asking, do you see the Dorito of Doom that had been redrawn 50 times? No. No, I don't. Oh. Oh. The reason why OTC penny stock has stopped trading, can't buy or sell when it's not listed as halted, suspended by FINRA. I have no idea. Why would you choose work? Also, PyFi, I work 100 hours a week, but I love it. This isn't work, right? It's not work if you love doing it. Hmm. Oh, that's has 95. Didn't squeeze anything out. Sold calls here. All the puts are still getting mostly sold out of the money, but there's a decent number of them getting sold at like 53.70. $9.50 NQ. Some resistance there. I think this is gonna fail. Ooh, idiot trade. Hold on. Oh, that reminds me. It's not directionally agnostic. Not yet. You mentioned Pickles Picks that the PPI outcome wasn't bullish. How come? I mentioned that there probably wouldn't be a super bullish outcome to PPI. I think we got the best one we could hope for. But it's not. I mean, as you can see, it's not. It's not extremely bullish. Like even the like more rate cuts narrative, no one has any faith in, right? Because they're still worried about the spread, right? So if you get lower inflation, everyone's gonna be worried about recession, deflation occurring too quickly, and the USD JPY carry, right? If you get higher inflation, you get more leverage, and multinationals will do better. I mean, with PPI specifically in the manufacturing and producer side of things, right? But what we got shows that there's some pass through, and then higher CPI tomorrow could cement that. However, if CPI is lower tomorrow, that's going to stoke recession fears again. Likely to fail here? We could. Yeah, it's a reasonable level to see a failure. We got ever so slightly higher high, I think by a few cents. 4 cents higher. Positioning is not changing much. Looks like NQ's getting rejected a little bit, but it's pretty far from failing still. Actually work. Oh, it does. So sitting right here is going to attract call sellers because calls are priced up. If we get enough call sellers, we could push back. We need to drop pretty hard for delta to turn negative, though. There's a decent amount of positive delta supporting price at the current level. Futures looks like it wants to rip. Futures looks like it wants to kind of test the top of the bear flag. I don't know if that's going to be ripping or not, but seems to be struggling with 54.25 quite a bit. Which isn't even like a major resistance. We kind of found support on futures at 5,400, like 5,405. I don't think that necessarily means this is going to break out. It's not got any momentum. And there's a lot of sold calls to the upside. So unless the sold calls start peeling back, which it doesn't look like they're doing, Nice guitar stuff. Well done. Can we talk about CMG? What do you want to talk about? Dixie sub 102.90. Close. Bond vol picked up yesterday. Yeah, leverage on the carry still kind of falling off a bit. 6.9 now. Dispersion's breaking down a little bit here with the failure on NQ. Well, slight rejection on NQ, I guess I should say. Where could we push down to on a drop? Current price is pretty well supported. I don't know, 80 or 70. It's possible. That's a lot of fucking volume. For today it was 18,850. Everything's so fucking grindy. Holy shit. Proud owner of this. Ask me anything. Huh. Everybody wants cheap options for CPI. That'd be nice. Do you have stops on the idiot trade or just letting her rip? No, I don't have any stops. I guess I could risk manage it. But then I gotta like track PDT. Fuck that. Yeah, 5,400. We did it. 5,401, actually. I don't play earnings. Does the membership renew at the first of every month or on the date you subscribed? I think it's the date you subscribed, but I actually have no idea. I think you can move it. Maybe. Yeah, hold on. I gotta answer this. Back. This is almost the top of the MM's expected move. I don't know if we get any mean reversion off of this, though. Gherk, your spy pits? Yeah, I know about them. Time is it? 11? Yeah. Hmm. I don't see VIX getting shorted very hard today. Nope, it's not. Well, that's because fucking dollar's been dying all morning. There's no leverage. Correlation's still pushing up on the 3 and 1 month. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, let's do more of that. Hmm. Netflix is doing good. Bears being cautious before CPI? I don't think so. Everything to the upside of spot is just sold calls on the 0 TTE. I don't think bears are being very cautious at all. Everyone's just crushing realized vol. It's not really like anyone's being very bullish or bearish. It's not a lot of directional positioning. Almost all the options on the chain right now are sold, with the exception of some like long calls on spot. Later, Black Fur matters. I feel like it's not an idiot trade if you're utilizing your abilities to leg in and out at the right time. At once entry and then exit would be the idiot-friendly way. Are you entering your condors all at once? That seems dumb. I'm selling a condor, but I'm gonna sell the at the money spread first, right? When does the short squeeze on QQQ begin? Good question. Does idiot trade just use the expected move? No, I just wait till price stops going up and then I sell calls. Then I wait for a downside move, and if price stops going down, I sell puts. So voodoo. I think that's voodoo. Any chance of a downturn? Yeah, this could reject. It's early enough in the day. I don't think we're gonna squeeze out the sold calls with the current interest at spot. I would be concerned, however, that we just trade between 5,400 and 5,390 for the rest of the day, because that's a distinct fucking possibility. Why the fuck isn't that working? God damn it. If the idiot trade is in the money end of day, you keep 100 premium? No, at least $540. Well, it depends on how far in the money it is. It's Hey, did that fucking work? Hey. Let's see. It's a ton of resistance on QQQ at 55. Not much to the upside of that. I guess some resistance at 58, a little bit at 60. For Friday's expiry, yeah. Delta. If it gets above, yeah, if QQQ gets above 60, it might start squeezing out some of the put interest. So far, still looks like a fairly solid resistance, though. SPX needs to get above 54.25. XSP for 10 to 20% gains using our expected ranges. Is there any cautionary advice before you're stepping into the SPX contracts? Oh, yeah. Don't lever up. Remember that your spreads are $500, not $100 or 50 cents like they are on XSP. And your risk of, picking up pennies in front of a steamroller is greatly exacerbated, especially if you start selling multiple spreads a day. You will have better liquidity though, and better bid asks. Would you do the same play or no? Because it's already $3 in the money. I mean, probably not. I'm already in Netflix. Sometimes you just miss them, Thunder. Wait, I got out of my 5400, 5410 and walked away, and now you're giving my trade as the idiot trade? Possibly. Still getting in the money call buying at 54, which is helping push things up a bit. But the short puts, supportive short puts, out of the money are closing, which is leaving less downside support outside of the bot calls. It doesn't look like bears are shying away from selling the 410 and higher. Matter of fact, I think they're still selling the 405 as well. 405 bot puts. This price action is regarded. That's consolidation. What's up, George? Are we bearish? Define, no, not really. Just bored? Yeah, I think just bored. I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen with these 5400 calls they're trying to use as support here. Are we crabbish? Ew. Hate that term. Okay, dollar's moving up a little bit. If we were to squeeze off the sold calls, 54, 40, 45. Or just lose 5,100 and dump. Ooh, bunch of 5,400 calls took profit there. Are they going to reposition? They're going to bleed off a bit more delta. How high could we go tomorrow? Tomorrow's bull case? I don't know what positioning for tomorrow is going to look like. It's going to be mostly neutral, and it's mostly going to come in at the end of the day today. I'd say based on the current positioning, we could probably squeeze some of the in-the-money puts off, which might give us range out to like 5,500. There's resistance on the way up, though. There's delta neutral on the monthly, which is at like 54.30, and then gamma neutral at like 54.75. What? 5,500? Yeah. Not bulletory. Well, at least test bulletory, right? Bull zone? I feel like bullatory doesn't work. Baratory works. Are buybacks in the room with us now? They're going to be at like 90% of available by the end of this week. And then I think 100% by the end of next week. Or close to 100% by the end of next week. There's very strong support at spot. Below spot, there's a lot less support. Seems difficult for decent CPI needle thread to be super bullish. Why do you think that? If inflation's up, the dollar will rocket. That'll give them leverage. They'll push up. How could CPI be down? The seasonal adjustments kick it in the balls like they have for the last 2 months. Inflation isn't being passed through, demand is just dropping. So if inflation is low tomorrow, it tells us A, seasonal adjustments are overdone, which we already know. And that B, producer prices aren't passing through. There's simply less demand. That's bearish, by the way. That's a bearish outcome. Inflation is good for stocks. It's simply and eloquently explained. Nice job. Yeah, thanks. I would like to see us lose 53.90. 53.88. Then shit gets kind of spicy. It's a weird push up. I'm surprised Dispersion hasn't given up. Like the dollar hasn't really gained enough ground on the yen to support this hard of a push in Dispersion. Leverage is at 6.92. Forward yield on vol is starting to turn up. I wonder if spreads will tell you. We don't have any auctions today, right? 10-year note yield is Bull Holla. I thought you were going to be back at 3 p.m. Your Netflix call is fire. It's doing alright. I'm not going to have enough time for these puts, I think. That's what I'm worried about. What's interesting is we're pushing into a big fat fucking gap on SPX that goes all the way the fuck up to 54.46. Yeah. I'm not aggressively filling it at all, which makes me think that momentum's going to break down because this is tough, so tough to sustain. Still leaves us with a test short of the high of the trend. I'd really like to test the trend, but that's like 54.33. Not there yet. QQQ has support, but it needs to get above 460 to move. I want to go long AMD, but I won't unless tomorrow's good for attack. Yeah, I feel like you don't need to rush AMD. That's... NVIDIA just supporting the entirety of the market on its back. And distributing out against the 115 resistance a bit. So we're getting some sold calls there on both sides. I'm getting a little bit of in the money put buying here for 405, 410. Still a shitload of calls at 5400, 5490. Fuck, that's boring. Let's just fill the downside gap instead. Yeah, that sounds good. I don't think we fill all of that today at all. It's very unlikely. We might test it again, but I don't think we fill it. Maybe we could fill a little bit of it. I think it's highly unlikely we fall below 70. You're unlikely. Rude. I have the Centauri CEO on MSNBC. Is he saying bullish things? Upstart's really enjoying the slight bump to the rate cut forecast. I don't think Upstart's slight bump has anything to do with that. I think it's just getting some more covering on T1. One sec. The video's failing a little bit. When the video pulls back to VWAP, maybe we get NQ back to 18.9. Then we can see what happens from there. NQ just grinding that line is painful. Well, there's some weakness in the video finally, so that might get a pullback. It doesn't have a lot of support around 114, so. Yeah, don't forget that with T+1, it's harder to crush like their short-term like gamma max tests on the meme stocks. 80% on SMH. Nice. Stock gnome. Tell you about consumer demand and why it sucks. What level can the short call start squeezing? 54.10. What the fuck is going on with vol? They don't want to sell puts at the money because they don't want to get squeezed down into their other puts. This is the worst. Charm is staying just barely positive. It's been about the same for the last hour. Gamma and Delta are positive. Let's just start to consolidate a little bit around 53.87. What's RSP doing? It moved up a little bit. Still under the high for the day. Hmm. Correlation's breaking down a little. God, it's so boring. We have 45% on my Lent GoEV shares. Nice. Well, time to hedge the idiot trade? No. No, I will not. I have no intention of hedging it. Max loss is 540. It's right now it's just bear spread. Ooh. Or are they selling puts? 54.20, 54.25. QQQ is about to bust or get rejected really hard off 460. I have a feeling this is going to fail pretty hard. I don't share your feeling. I think it can fail still, barely, but be a lot of wasted effort. So far, we're managing to run away from the effective charm. However, out of the money calls are rising and charm is starting to turn a bit negative, or turned negative on the rejection. It's still too early in the day for it to have a big effect on downside momentum, though. No gamma to pick up here. I don't know if option strat links to brokerage. It's just a paper trade. It's just testing something. Figured I'd make a game out of it. I guess we're back to 5.5% since Monday open last week. Still a ways to go to get back to all-time highs. Quite a lot of ways to go. Hmm. Hmm. So weird. QQQ's moving up, but dispersion is breaking down. Maybe it's just not breaking down fast enough. Dollar's starting to drop a little bit again. The percent indicator was right again so far. Which one? Was QQQ about to squeeze? It's about as likely to squeeze as SPX, which is a pretty slim chance. I mean, generally speaking, trends like this break down, right? This is not bullish consolidation by any means. But it is a very well supported grind up with no range. I know, I hate it. It's extraordinarily boring. What if we just trade here for the rest of the day? Uh, we could fall back to like 75-ish, 70 still. Like we could close this range again. I don't think we go much lower than that. We we could, but it's pretty unlikely. I just want us to lose 400 so the price starts to fucking move again and we get out of this spot where we're fucking pinned. That reminds me. The MQ candle on the screen is red. I full ported puts. Not gonna wait for it to break 18,950. Just full port puts right here. I feel like it's a long road down. Where can SPX squeeze if this uptrend continues? 54.10. Daily low on USD JPY. Well, maybe that'll continue down and we can get a break in dispersion, finally. Was JFresh the bullish one this week? No, me. Well, he was bullish too, actually. We were both bullish. Was a soft landing of the USD JPY carry possible? Yeah, over several years. Is there a scenario where it could stay levered? Sure, Fed never cuts rates. We remain in a persistently high rate environment for the next few years. I don't know if Japan could survive that. Are 5400s pulling back at all? Eh, not substantially. They will if threatened, but so far they haven't been. Jesus, Dow straight ripped. It's helped support some of this move up. Is this the time to add a winning Netflix position? I don't think there's any guarantee of it winning, but I mean, Netflix broke the bull signal. Rejection coming? Not necessarily. Just another slightly higher test. They did short vol a little bit more. Tulio finally broke its most recent high. It's about fucking time. How much of a pullback would be needed to climb higher? I mean, enough for sold calls to close. So, a fairly decent one. At least 5,400, I would think. But we don't have to get a pullback. They could just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing until something snaps. which is the current strategy. It's not working, but that's what they're doing. Damn. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 1,000 things right now. Alright, what's going on? 5408. What time is it? 12:16. Oh. Nope, that's bad. Is that gonna squeeze those, or are they gonna lever up? This pace will be at all-time highs by Jan 2026. Yeah. A little bit of a push there. There's sold puts at 15 and 20. But sold calls also. There's not a lot of profit taking on the 5400 calls yet. Getting some movement on the way in the money, sold puts. Are we going to squeeze calls here? We could. I wonder if this would be a good time to... NQ19. That's the trend test on futures, finally. Break up. Yep. Are we going to 5,500 today? No. But we could hit 5440. to adjust the idiot trade now. Oh, this piece of shit better squeeze. Bull trap. A cool PPI print's not even bullish. They need inflation to pump the dollar. They're just trying to push dispersion as much as they feasibly can, despite the carry breaking down right now. So you're telling me I should buy another Vega 2D today? I don't know. CPI could be cool tomorrow. So it's possible. There's got to be some pass through. I mean, I know pass through is less efficient because the consumer is weaker, but there's going to be some pass through of inflation, even with the seasonal adjustments. And it just needs to be a little bit, right? You know what I can guarantee will be cool tomorrow? You? Ooh, are you trying to get that BIP, dork? Because it's working.
This is the only reason I'm afraid we're gonna reject hard as fuck. If we do, I'm gonna be super pissed that I close my puts. Although I will be happy about all the calls I sold. I sold another idiot near the top. I could sell another one right now. Can I? That's 1,000. Too close to the positional limit. No, but if we find support here, they're gonna try to lever up into the sold calls. We're already past the kind of like the wall there, so let me see. If they really fucking pump this and they're able to squeeze those off, we could go as high as like 35, 40. Losing 410 bad? Eh, not really. QQQ did not squeeze off the 460. Which means NQ needs to what? Break 1950 to find buyers? There is still a shitload of support. But we did get a lot of bot puts 5410 on the test at 15. Bostic's probably gonna promise rate cuts and drop this. He speaks soon, right? Or no, not even. Still like another 45 minutes. Can we watch him? Oh, we could. He's speaking at the Conference of African American Financial Professionals. That's August 29th. August 13th. Ah, you gotta be registered for it. Yeah, Bostic's more entertaining than the SPX right now. Oh, fucking seriously. Don't you love when your stop gets triggered and then gets filled above your stop? It's the best. It's a good feeling. supportive. Can we get a continuation? No, we need to lose 5,400 to actually drop. At this point, I think we need to lose 53.90. Which in itself would be a drop. But both of those levels are pretty supportive right now. Idiot trade's gonna be a real idiot trade today, isn't it? I mean, it might have a drawdown. It might not. I can always sell more calls on an upside move. Is that even possible right now? Yeah, it's not impossible. I mean, if we get a break in dispersion again, like we've been getting, the fucking market will just dump like 30 points. It hasn't been very shy about that recently. QQQ shot at squeezing calls, gone. It's squeezing in the money puts, and no, it's still above 460. So the market's just ignoring the fact that the last month of PPI was revised up. No, it's not ignoring that. That's the bullish part. If they hadn't revised up the prior report, the dollar would have taken a harder hit today, which would have pushed leverage down. Leverage is already down, which is one of the reasons it's so hard for us to push up. I hope Bostic says rate cuts 100 times and crashes the markets. he could. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility, actually. I'm not prepared for that outcome. I want him to say something like, we're going to take the entirety of data into consideration when making our decision. Or labor looks historically strong. I don't know about you, but I don't want to buy long dated puts when VIX is at 19. I guess we do have another month and some change before the real sugar spice and everything nice. Just remember, Jork, that socialism never took place because the poor in America are not the proletariat, but are just temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Mind blown. Delusional. Maybe. Dixie JPY is still slipping. What do? Row harder. Katy Perry? Yeah. It's going to take young Gen Z and younger to wave away that self-delusion about being a step, wash away that self-delusion about being a step away from a millionaire. Why? They all think they're going to be a famous influencer tomorrow. What is, they're worse than our generation. Katie Swift. What do you think is more likely to happen first? Another leg down or 5,500, 5,600 new all-time high? I think mean reversion back to delta or gamma neutral, and then we'll see. You knew flossing on camera can make you millions of dollars. I almost ran over like a pack of influencers dancing in the street the other day, or wannabe influencers. I thought about it for a second too. I was like, this is my competition. I might just get a TikTok and comment on all the stupid ass videos with, yeah, you can upgrade that to a meal with a root beer. My wife keeps seeing me watch your stream and finds it weird that I still don't know your name after all this time. And the fact that I take advice from someone called Gherk, just tell her my real name, Gork. You can call me Mr. Gork if you need an official title. I regularly leave the stream so I can binge watch 15-year-olds floss in the street. Nice. Tell her it's a Dutch name. I tell my son your name is Mr. Pickle. Okay, that works. Gorkle Stoltzkin. What does your lawyer call you? I don't think he's ever used my name. Market pump. I know. I said that. I said that they were gonna try to do that. OnlyFans is your real competition. Yeah, that's. I'm just gonna start DMing and see if I can do collabs. It's time to really whore myself out. Ludovica al-Assad, fifth of his name, master of stonks, defeater of Kenneth. Jesus Christ. All right. What are we at? Mm. I'm gonna sell some fucking in the money put spreads. All right. So you don't think this will fail? Well, it had a chance to already. I'm sure Bostic can ruin it, but bulls seem pretty confident. They're selling out of the money pits. Some of the short calls are starting to pull back. In the money pits and out of the money pits. The idiot trade made red candle. Well, as long as it closes below 5,400 or above 5,420, then I'll pick up $80 loss. Sometimes it's more important to lose less money than to make money. I lose $80 by myself. Hold on, I can still turn it around. Have some faith in the. I don't actually. That's whatever I do after this point's probably going to be even stupider. What should I have for lunch today? I don't know. What's your favorite lunch? Have that. Treat yourself, you know? Walk out of the office, touch the grass, look in the sun, stare into it deeply, and then yeah. I've already made an idiot sandwich. That's what this trade's called. I know. Netflix Pickles Picks paid for lunch this whole month. Netflix is doing quite well. It's well on its way to 650. How would the quants perform in the Olympics breakdancing competition? I mean, J-Fresh would win. He's a cat. Seems pretty simple. There's the 1950 test for NQ. This is resistance. So either we squeeze the short calls here and start fucking ripping, or the bulls get punched in the dick again. Market's just gonna pump until JPAS speaks tomorrow. When does JPAS speak tomorrow? What? JPAS not speaking tomorrow. No, this isn't gamma neutral. I don't want to overreact, but this looks like MOASS. That's ridiculous. That's we're just squeezing some short calls. Not even really squeezing them. Not many are closing. We're mostly just pushing through them. When you hit resistances, why would you not do quick straddle strangle trades to take advantage of a squeeze or a fail? You could. It's very capital intensive for starters. And not strictly better than just buying a put or a call and putting a stop on it. The other reason is you can get hung up at resistances, right? They're very likely to turn into neutral price action, in which case you're just burn money on both sides of the trade, especially major levels like every $25 increment on SPX. That's a big risk. You can do it at like intermediate levels when there's a lot of interest at the major levels, but that's not always the case. So you can do it at like 5405 or 5415, right? But depending on intraday positioning, that's not always the best. And then as far as doing those over longer periods of time, I already do that, but straddles are still quite expensive right now. The term highly unlikely has lost some of its luster over the last couple of years. It's true. I made up all the money I lost on puts with $40 out of the money calls. Risk management. Nice. Is there a platform that'll allow me to put an order that is a combined stop or limit? Like OCOs? You could have like a take profit and a stop. Potato Famine Tom, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Or welcome back. There's a little liquidity coming from them to reinflate indexes and stocks. The carry trade? No. Well, a little bit. I mean, it's being levered, but the yen is falling against the dollar, so it's kind of flattening out over the day. The dollar is actually falling pretty hard, which makes me wonder how sustainable this upside move is. But so far, I mean, positionally, it's fairly well supported. And there's a lot of puts being sold out of the money. So I would say from shorting vol, and as long as prices are increasing and not decreasing, then there's no margin risk on the short vol position, right? As if vol is going consistently down from open to close, then there's basically zero margin risk. So they can just keep levering and levering and levering. I have to descend for the time being. I'm working on some stuff. I need spare cash for my project. Pigeon wheel is a state of mind. No worries. You're already added to the beta, so you're good. QQQ pushing even without squeezing the calls. There's no calls to squeeze on QQQ. The calls that are squeezing are on SPX. QQQ has in the money puts at 460 that would be squeezing off. Is 30-35 possible? Yeah. So it's 40 and 45. I have had the word estoppel stuck in my head for 5 days. Estoppel sounds like a made up word in a garbage fantasy novel. If I had a dragon, I would name it Estoppel. Are you feeling the chains of commitment wrapping around you, Popcorn? Promissory estoppel. Well, I mean, you don't want to have to stop them, right? So it goes both ways. So I'm looking at weekly DN here and thinking, what mean? Well, it's either going to be resistance or a catalyst for a larger upside move. They are the wings of commitment, Gherk. Listen, I'm about to marry 11 men this week. I already know how you feel. Fly with me. That's a huge crew you got going. Yeah. You're giving too much equity away. Oh, I don't think. 12? A house you stole from your friend is gonna smell pretty bleachy. I didn't steal it. I lent him money. He failed to repay that money. Thus his home became mine. It's not a polyamorous relationship. There's no amor. We're entering the most sacred of the United States government's sacraments. The limited liability corporation. Stopple. Aside from the core team, which probably shouldn't be 11, most should just be just getting options vested over the standard 4-year period. We've all been doing this together for 3 years already. I think it's fine. These puts are on fire. Why do you still have puts, Nuke? Don't worry, I've protected us from hostile takeovers and things like unanimous votes. I don't know, Gork. I saw this coming. I went long the paper account, held the real account. Rip. Son of a bitch. Maybe you'll get lucky. We get a rejection, fail back to 5,400. I have a foolproof system. I switched long when Amazon broke out because it was the shittiest of the Mag 7. Why do I still have a bear debit spread? I assume because you entered the idiot sandwich. Oh no, I got stopped out. My profits. Why do lawyers need to start everything with whereas? What about heretofore? I have protected us from any hostile takeover. I'm a dictator. No, I'm not. And Swift. There's benevolent dictatorships. Can I do this every day for 1 hour? Yeah, that's an option. I look to buy 0.0000001% share of the platform. If you want to offer your CPA services for free, I could get you that amount of ownership. You are so bourgeois right now. I am not. Hmm. Oh, you're doing a recital? Swan Lake? Dude. What's the lowest you think Dixie could realistically drop on a day like today? I don't follow Dixie as much as I should. I think the next major support on it is at like 102.70, which it's getting pretty close to. What about CFP services? See you tomorrow, crypto. Do we get preferred shares with our months of subscriptions? Only if we need to issue debt. What CPA services are you looking for? Would I have to do anything? Or would it be like my current CPA services where I just watch the stream? I mean, watch the stream and file a quarterly tax report. If they keep stopping me out and then going higher, I swear I'm going to keep overholding my puts. My lawyers are killing me. I make brackets and little components. Why does there need to be 4 classes of shares with multiple subclasses in order to confuse you and hide the fact that you're getting the wool pulled over your eyes? Usually. Billable hours for typing all the different share classes. That too. These are my lawyers, not theirs. So, yeah, what Dave said. Can Palantir hit 35? I don't know. It's kind of a gamma max right now. There's a little bit of call interest out to like 32, then it kind of falls off. Gamma max is at 30. It's currently at 30. The gamma max is actually at 29-ish. Ooh, maybe I'll sell some calls on Palantir. They have earnings coming up? They already had earnings. Ooh, they made a whole 1 penny per share. Fucking ridiculous. Stock dividend for Pigeon Wheels based on length of membership and blood loyalty. I'll put forth your proposal in the next annual meeting. At what point will I need to file quarterly tax returns? Is that only important if you make money? I'll do your quarterly taxes for $700 a year. Interesting. I have to formally request that you give me Pontiff in exchange for an investment in your LLC. Of equivalent value? Is the parking lot REIT coming to fruition? How do I buy in? None of this is happening. You guys are way too excited about things. Wait, did you make money on a put? Did you make 10 cents, Dork? Winning. You hire a security guy to keep out all the weirdos. I'm looking at the meeting agenda, but it says anal meeting at top, so I'm a bit confused. No, that's right. No, we're having our annual meetings in Jackson's Hole. What's a barter transaction? CPA services for platform services. I'll pitch it. Where would the pickle jar be without weirdos? Probably wildly successful. Full of boomers asking me about their mortgages. Does Jackson know? He likes the surprise. We just show up at his house with a case of beer. We're like, we're holding us an annual conference, and he's like, all right, I'll get ready. Some of these are looking spicy again. Yep. Do you need a wholesaler? Not at all. I need no benefits and minimal New York standard comp. Best I could do is Montana comp. Sure you don't want to do it on the east side of Houston? You mean the Gulf of Mexico? $10 a premium. Can't even buy 5 guys. Can't even buy 1 guy. I know my worth. Montana comp is too high. You know, Popcorn, one of these days, when everyone's gone, and it's just me, you, and Jay Fresh, and he's banned everyone else, I'm gonna open a channel for pictures of tugboats. And you can just post tugboats in it all day long. What CPU do you have? I don't know. It's like a Ryzen, some number, ridiculous number of cores. I feel like there's a metaphor I'm not understanding, but I'm okay. I thought you just liked tugboats. No, it wasn't slang. More room to break 50? I mean, Netflix looks great. That's like right at the middle of the upside range. It's kicking ass. It's up $14 today. My friend quit his IT job at 40 to work on tugboats in New York City Harbor. Huh. Does he make more money? I don't feel any particular way about tugboats, but there's time for that to change. What's up, OG Rules? Lifetime no see. Life's been crazy. Things are finally setting down so I can pop in on occasion. Upstart latest? More pop and drop, or do you think it will continue? Their earnings are pretty good. They got a little bit of their balance, more of their balance sheet shed. And I think people are generally bullish on the prospect of rate cuts and what it means for them. I don't think I don't think rate cuts are actually good for them. So as long as the promise of rate cuts is in the air, then it can probably stay at a fairly elevated price, like above 30, 35. If that promise evaporates, though, it's going to get shorted into the fucking dirt again. I once made a foghorn sound when my wife went to give me a tuggy. Close enough. Yep. Are we going to be sold the promise of rate cuts until September? Yes. But hotter inflation, by its very nature, strips those promises away. AMD finally getting through 140. Struggle bus. Might be getting through 140 a little bit too late. How are we looking? If this fails at any point, I'm going to have to close the puts I sold. I do feel like things should be fairly stable here, and we could squeeze higher into the end of the day. Let's see what Bostic does. See if he can do any damage. Should I get pierogies or grilled chicken thighs? Who cares? How dare you, Surface Smurf? Will moaning gently help break 5425? Possibly, yeah. It's not really moaning, it's more of like a hymnal or like a deep meditation tuning fork. I'm just trying to bring the market's chakras into balance. Golian throat yodeling. Where do I put the tuning fork? I think you know exactly, Taco Squire. What's your play for SLD? I don't know. Worry about that tomorrow. We struggle tonight. Yeah, I could have those, or I could have that. That does look tasty. Ooh, that's a lot of out of the money bot puts. Okay. I'm gonna close those 2 puts and take my $100. But do I need to update that? Huh. Someone just bought a shitload of puts at like 53.80. And since none of the in the money calls have closed, hmm. Also, not joking, you should buy crash protection for tomorrow. I mean, I've still got my shorts on TQQQ, and I've got the overnight straddle. I have a dead put leg too that's kind of just floating. You have a dead put leg? Yeah, from last night's straddle. That dip stopped me out. Yep. Do you think it's gonna dump back down or chop? It could dump down. There's a lot of short calls that are in the money to the downside. There's still support at 54, but things might be a little bit different now that those bot puts came in. It's 95.90. They came in at 85.80. That's quite a lot of them. Might just be a hedge, but might not be. What are your thoughts on using stop buys to catch a potential move down? Or you should be using those if you're scalping anyway. How much theta? 0 GTE. God, I hate today's price action. Sucks big dicks. Maybe it's almost over. That'd be cool, right? Your overnight straddle strength. No, the puts that were bought to the downside are 0 GTE. My overnight straddle strangle, the puts expire. Hold on, I have to look. Actually, I don't remember what day I bought them for. Puts are for Friday. They're at 53.45 for Friday. I still haven't sold the call side of my straddle, but I probably will if we lose 54.20 here. I think I'll get stopped out. That worked out pretty well. I think the puts are more than paid for here. You can explain stop buy and how you use those for scalping. It's pretty easy. Like, say you want to buy like the 415 put here, or the 420 put, right? You want to buy the out the money put to capture the downside move, right? So let's switch this over to SPX. I can open the options chart if I have time to do this. Nope, that's a call. I want the put. Alright, so you would just put a like a buy order on the put at like $11. And if it breaks down, you purchase it. Boop. Buy. I think you can put a stop there. Take profit. Buy. Scalp. There. Easy enough. How do I turn a $300 Robinhood account into a $10 million account, please? Also within the next 3 days. Oh boy. Well, you need to 10x your money several times. Should be easy. Hey, stop telling people how I made money on puts today. That's what the Fusterian guy on Wall Street Bets does. Just 10x over and over. Easy peasy. Yeah, Photoshop's amazing. No gains like Photoshopped gains. Why 10x several times when you can 333,333x one time? Well, because those types of moves in the market are outside of the normal range and don't occur very often. 10x can happen every day. You're outside the normal range. Got him. Oh, it's gonna be a long fucking week. Can you go into detail about how to 10x every day? Preferably in the morning before 10 a.m. every day. That's easy. You pick the perfect option for the day at its cheapest possible price over and over. Oh, and on the perfect instrument. Something's always moving. Is GoEV interesting or boring right now? It's got earnings coming up. See how hard they bullshit everybody. I'm selling my buddy's house. Are you dating the hot cat lady neighbor chick? No. Still no merch store? No. Also no merch store. Decided to start a data platform and then I'll sell the merch on there. 10 10-cent calls at 7:10 a.m. every 10th day of the month. I told you about my buddy who scalps and like blows up all his accounts, right? That's basically what he does. He just tries to like 10x his money over and over and over again. Is there a program or class I can buy to teach me this strategy? Jesus fucking Christ. Are we going to lose 5,400? We could fall back to 5,400. I'm going to talk to a New York deli and start selling some branded jarred pickles. Huh. The fact that you don't register my sarcasm 80% of the time tells me you really have some tism. I noticed the sarcasm. It was pretty thick. Still printed versions of the memes we post in Discord. Me and Dirk will sign the foot inception meme to make it worth more money. Okay. That's a good idea. Like an NFT marketplace. Bespoke memes. Now, Brett, that's just mean. How's OI can we reject? Sure. There's a bunch of in the money sold puts and a bunch of out of the money sold calls above us. And below us, there's a bunch of in the money sold calls and a few bought puts. What's positioning looking like? Boring. We're going to be flat all day. We've only gone up today so far. Are you asking if we're going to be flat here at 54.20 for the rest of the day? Probably not. I know you can't be that good at trading because you haven't asked for my crypto wallet address yet. What would I do with that? Why do you have a crypto wallet? Okay, officially done with this market. It's a brash reaction. More ups? Could. You put money in a wallet, duh. Yeah, but what do you put in a crypto wallet? Yoink. Huh, that's spicy. Hey, did that guy I told how to scalp make 50%? Good job. What happened? Got yoinked. Why would the Fed do this? That's the correct response. Bostic saying things? He's been saying things for 30 minutes. He says he's willing to wait for the first rate cut, but it's coming. He's coming. Nice. Look at you, Jork. When I slide my thumb up on the Discord audio, it gives me output options. I've been looking for those options for 3 years. That was not intuitive. It's an Easter egg. If I borrow 50K from the bank, what are the odds that I pick the perfect option on the perfect instrument at the lowest price and turn it into 500K? Slim. We're getting more bot puts at 15 and 10. Might get a continuation. Imagine that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I may as well just buy a lottery ticket. No. I mean, your chances of 10xing an options contract are way higher than a lottery ticket. I'm curious to see if your pre-CPI write-up tonight, in light of Bostic's comments, maybe it won't change bull behavior. If they get the print they want, maybe it will. What print do you think they want? Bulls want an inflationary print here. They don't want the carry trade thrown into risk again. They also don't want a recession. Saying rate cuts is bearish, but inflation hot tomorrow cancels rate cuts, but inflation bad, so bearish. Tomorrow, regardless, unless flat. Inflation pumpies. Index up. Tech at least. Not like IWM or Dow, but tech. Maybe a little Dow. Not IWM though. When payday loan challenge, Vandy beat 777% April with a $1,200 loan. Can someone even call themselves a stock god without completing that challenge? How does this work? 777% APR. You can't get a payday loan, Brett. You're unemployed. I'm gainfully employed? Since when? I wonder how JC's doing. 3 months last week. Oh shit. Is that why you haven't been around as much? You knew this. You just don't care. I think JC's doing pretty well. They're making a movie about him, and it comes out soon. Oh shit. That is why I haven't been around as much. Well, tell them you need to work less. That red candle's the biggest edge I've seen all week. We're right back at 54.20. I've been employed this whole time. No compliments. Favoritism much? Don't be ridiculous, Thunder. Beetlejuice too. Oh shit, my food's here. I'll be right back. Fuck. Be okay. Oh, I should have gone outside. Stupid. Thank you, Nostradamus. What in the negative gamma environment is this V? Attempted a V. Ooh, spicy mustard. It's an offensively shaped meat. Alright. Gesundheit? Mm. Were you kind or something? I know you're allergic. What? I'm extraordinarily kind. What does Gesundheit mean? Bless you in German? Hmm. You know, when I ordered the pierogi and sauerkraut lunch, I did not expect to get this. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? It's really explicit. I'm just gonna cut very small pieces off of it and dip it in spicy mustard. I guess it's a kielbasa? Or is it a Polish sausage? Or are those two things synonymous? Cutting in small pieces and eating it like a Victorian princess is not how you get demonetized. You know who I miss right now? Nope, I can't remember his name. God, it's been so long. I always miss Frag. I miss Dan Rod. The original pickle jar throat goat. That's a throwback. I know. I wonder in the early days of the pickle jar how many former alcoholics were tempted back into drinking by being a pigeon whale. Every time I put a dick-shaped food on stream, someone's got to take a screenshot. Did the drop stop you out of your overnight straddle calls? I got stopped out on the first drop. Like back here. That's also where I bought puts, which I got stopped out of right here. I held my puts through the V, winning. You only did that because your puts are $100 out of the money. I haven't even made a dent in this thing. Relax the throat. I can't give you informed financial advice, nor bear the burden of fiduciary duty, because you're an anonymous person, and I don't know anything about your accounts or risk management. Nor have we entered into a contractual agreement for me to provide those services. Verbal's good enough for me. DM those things for free advice. I'll give you some advice. Stop blowing your fucking port up. I tried doing the opposite of blowing it up, and I blew it up more. Listen, man, I'm trying to eat this monstrous sausage. I've got my own problems. Does that drop a precursor to anything? Yeah, I'll bounce right back to where we were. Nope. Man, Bulls panic bought the fuck out of that dip. I want 53.80. So does someone else. Get another failure here. Was that big red candle bot puts you mentioned closing out? No, it was actually the in the money bot calls selling to close. Just like leftover fried food, and I feel like a piece of garbage. I'm eating a giant pile of sauerkraut. Tesla giving me hope for your giant pile of bot calls. They really haven't bought any out of the money calls. Those are all sold. Domino's has New York style pizza now. Ew. What's the usual range for SLD? Like 150 to 300. Is Charm supportive into end of day? Not particularly, no. We all know Gherk is a Papa John's man. If I had to pick a shitty like fast food pizza place to get pizza from, it would have been Pizza Hut 20 years ago, but not anymore. I love looking at the Discord and just seeing 100 images of me eating a sausage. What a great world we live in. I'll pretend like people in this chat aren't hyping up Pizza Hut. Y'all need to get out of Binghamton. Late 90s stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut was actually amazing. It wasn't pizza, but it, like whatever it was really good. The fact that you're talking about Tulio more than once while it trades flat and does nothing tells me that you've probably over-leveraged yourself into it, Thunder. As you are wont to do. I'm bored. But are you that bored? And the money calls have taken some profit, and Charm soon will turn unsupportive. Less supportive, not unsupportive. Why not get a 2 DTE put here? The same thing could be said about just an in the money put. What the fuck do you need 2 days for? Is CPI gonna save my Abbey V position? I don't even know what you have on it. Wait, you buy... I thought you put all your money into puts on SPX at the bottom. Did you lie to me? I made a stuffed crust pizza in my uni. It was pretty good. Give me at least 5 uni recipes. It's just dough. You just throw dough in the oven. What recipe? Like what to put on top of various pizzas? I have the electric one. I have I have a wood-fired one, but I also have the electric one. Instructions unclear. Made a sourdough cannonball. That mean it can be used inside? Yeah. Why is half of Gherk's apartment pizza making appliances? My kitchen's got probably. I need a big kitchen. I need to move somewhere with like 1,000 square foot kitchen. Maybe if I had all of my kitchen gadgets out at once, I'd be motivated to cook food instead of eating out. You sound perverted, hamburger helper. Why did your mind go there? What private part do you call uni? I mean, besides the private parts of a sea urchin. I do have an indoor smoker. It's uni. I would love to have a brick oven inside my house. Please don't tell me you're the portly guy I saw making a pizza and a fire escape in Manhattan. No. You can't see my fire escape from the street. Although, I have made pizza on my fire escape. We're talking homemade pizza? Sorta. I knew it. New York City man sets fire to his fire escape with pizza oven. I usually just bring it up on the roof. You can grill up there. And it's got a little carrying bag. But I don't need to do that anymore because I bought the indoor one. I made homemade Caesar salad last night. I'm never buying dressing again. Yeah, it's shit. Hey Dork, after we give everyone data, can I stop doing this? Or at least stop answering questions. When people are like, hey man, is it gonna go up or down? And then like I can just be like, I don't know, look at the data. Put or call pickle? That's illegal. Or put call. What's a put call? Like when you sell a call? That's just what I tell you, AJ, because I'm hoping one day your account will blow up and you'll stop asking me questions. Clicks cancel payment option. Sounds like I won't be in need of your services after all. Did you see my question on the ice cream novelties? What is the status of your stock of them? I don't know. I think I have like one box of ice cream sandwiches. I'm consciously asking less questions. I'm basically an employee right now. Do I get 0.5% of the new company? No. I already owned Verizon. I don't own Mo. Yeah, I don't know. Altria is okay. They'll benefit if you want to own it for a long time. If we ever get federal marijuana legalization, they'll be a big beneficiary. I think of you every time I pass by ice cream novelties in the store. Good. That's where I want to be thought of. And I will always love you. Thanks. I'm going to close at 20 unless Bostic runs back out and says, rate cuts inbound, hit the deck. He could. I used to own it, but I don't own it no more. Ha! Popcorn. Dolly or Whitney? There's only one right answer. Oh God, don't make me answer that. You need to be on top of your game for negotiations. Also, have you been strengthening your wrist? You're gonna have to sign a lot of papers. There are no more negotiations. But what if it rains tomorrow and they delay it another 2 weeks? What would be good price points for owning those two stocks? Well, I don't have any current research on Mo, but I bought my Verizon at $31.20. I like that price. Altria locally, it looks like around 40 is a good price. Rentec added GME? No idea. I don't know anything about Rentec. Who told you something about Rentec? It's Bert Stew! What's up, Bert Stew? Hubby and I will be married 16 years on the 16th. Romantic? Obviously. He says it felt like 60 years. You should divorce him. Who's Bert Stew? C Mill's wife. Also a world-renowned influencer and YouTube social phenom. C Mill's married? Where do you think he gets the gambling money? Just tell him it's the longest thing in your relationship. That's how you get him back. Did he not have wealthy parents like the rest of us? But did you have wealthy parents? I only had a parent. Been gone for an hour. How's the idiot trade doing? Probably losing money. I don't know what we're trading at. Losing money. I could cut my losses here, or hold until expiry. No, my parents were poor. I ate free lunch growing up. I loved free lunch. They got pretty wealthy. Nice. I used to run a poison shop selling Altria products. Interesting. Weird how that helps with the kids. It's probably better. I'd imagine it's better to have rich parents. That would have been cool. I would have traded my parents in for rich parents. One of my rich friends when I was a kid offered to adopt me because they felt bad for me for being poor. But my mom wouldn't let them. I still resent that. But Sumo takes care of me now. We went to Hawaii for our honeymoon. That was decades ago. What about now? Tell them you want to go to Hawaii now for your 16-year anniversary. We got jet skis for Xmas one year. See, that's bullshit. Throwing Sumo under the bus. I got a Ladybug record player one year. What the fuck is that? I took her to Hilton Head Island for 2 weeks for the anniversary. We're here right now. I don't know where that is. But taking your wife to your communal Airbnb is not romantic, Seamill. I need to teach you how to woo again. That's it. We're changing the context of the stream. Has Seamill told you about all the toe pics he posts? I've seen them. Jet ski greater than record player? No shit. Can you please make these folks enjoying their anniversary do something that isn't watching stock streaming? I mean, the market's not even doing anything. This is the most interesting part of my day. How long could you keep a girl entertained at $2,500 challenge? Interesting. That's 100 stuffed crust pizzas if you carry out. God, imagine going to get your own food from a place. Are we A-ing down here or what? That'd be cool. Probably not, but it'd be cool if we did. You chose popcorn. And you chose wisely. Interesting. I think a lot more of you now. Is 54.50 on the cards for end of day? No, it'd be pretty unlikely that we get above like 30. $35? Yes, yeah, it'd be pretty hard to push above 35. The market maker wants it back at 5,400. So maybe somewhere in between the two. Most of the options stuff going on right now is like sold out of the money calls. The put selling's slowed down quite a bit. But they've also got VIX down to fucking 1850, so it's not like they didn't win. The MM never gets what they want. That's not true. I wish J-Pow was talking tomorrow, then I could play my J-Pow song again. 54.15 end of day? That'd be a pretty reasonable price. Somewhere between 15 and 20. The market maker wins pretty big, I think. We could theoretically move just a bit higher, though. Play the J-Pow song anyway. The Ballad of Dork, please. The Ballad of Dork is beautiful.
In the city, lives are stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway, fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place where whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm.
Oh, Dork.
Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
What's your pile of Gherkin song? That's what we want our ear holes. I think they were like, gonna remaster it and then give me a copy to publish on the Discord.
Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder, and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Calls on the song Spotify revenue. The song doesn't lie, Doric. It's even harder after you blow up your ports. The J-Pow song? Where the fuck is that?
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise, each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volcker, Arthur Burns in our memory.
Dixie blew through 102.6.
I see the shuttered storefronts.
Ouch.
Places my granddaddy built. Folks are pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome Powell, it's the path you chose to take. We're aching from inflation while you gamble on our fates. You'll never be a Volcker, your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made.
Resistance is
gather around the
101,
table,
91.
stretching meals that are
After
too
that,
small. Mama's crying in the kitchen, hearing every
106,
child's call.
100.6.
You could have changed the story, eased the burden and the strain. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. I remember when it all started, promises of skies so blue. Now we're walking in the shadows, wondering what you're gonna do. Every speech you mumble just leaves us in despair. Jerome Powell, we are waiting, but it seems you don't care. The echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains. Of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains.
Sounds like this band's name is Imagine Rate Cuts. Hope flies like the birds. I couldn't think of anything that worked with doves. Bulls are having a pretty good day. Dixie falling should make markets pump harder, right? No. It collapses the spread and the carry. It looks like they're just trying to pump it as high as they feasibly can before tomorrow's CPI print. I don't know if you could. I don't know what Dixie would be on Fidelity ATP. I'm sure they have it. Maybe DX? The dollar. I don't think you can look at futures on there. You could try USDX. If CPI is cool, do they crash the market because cuts in September? I don't think they crash the market, but it'll definitely elevate fears of rate cuts if it's cooler. You have to do dot Dixie on ATP. There you go. It is a low confidence bear rally. It's also a struggle, right? Like it's hard to crush vol enough to get any kind of positive upward momentum. Like they're doing a good job at it, and the lower vol gets, the easier it'll become, which is becoming evident as we lose like VIX 19. But still a struggle. They got them fighting back against the market maker every step of the way. Did you see the market's becoming afraid of rate cuts? The market is afraid of rate cuts. Rate cuts collapse the carry. The market was only bullish on rate cuts until a effective rate cut actually happened, and then everyone panicked and the market almost crashed. Why is Dixie tanking so hard? Because inflation was down. It's not tanking as hard as it would have had they not revised up the prior inflation report. 0.15 bip from Japan crash on Nikkei 13%. What would 25 bips from JPAL? You mean 50? Inflation is good now. Rate raises on the table. All bullish. Well, I mean, then you have to deal with the other side of the problem. This is why the Fed's trapped, right? Cut rates. God damn it. Why is that not working? Dollar down. Leverage down. Earnings down. Raise rates. Are rate cuts bullish for banks? No. Because they've leveraged all their mark-to-market assets into the carry trade. Or hold-to-maturity assets into the carry trade versus marking them to market. Rate cuts make the banks held treasuries more, though. No. No. They make them less losses. This feels like something straight out of the Matrix, except instead of red and blue pills, it's leverage or margin calls. Yep. Couldn't you argue rate cuts are bullish for actual banks, like regional banks that aren't full of financial arms? No, because of CRE. Who the fuck do you think picks up all of the risk from regional banks? What happens if the Fed avoids cutting rates for 4 years? As long as they can keep the 10-year below 4.5%, then that's fine. No, 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 no. Gherk, is the Fed a bank? We've been over this. Thoughts on Beyond Leaps again? Do you foresee it going back on Reg Show in the near future? It could, yeah, I mean. Yellen needs to sell some duration. Can't, banks will blow up. You guys keep giving me solutions. Yep, CPI comes in 2 times higher than expectations. It won't. But we'll be looking for a confirmation bias all evening anyway. Why, do you want that SPX to go to 6,000? UDID needs to hike again. You're asking Japan to risk a lot of political capital. Do people know Beyond is either going to 10 or 0? And the odds are likely the same for either. Well, it almost just went to 10, so I would argue that 0 is probably better right now. How long can Japan hold their load before they destroy our financial institutions? Well, they're not destroying anybody. But financially, I mean, this isn't a problem that gets better. It only gets worse. We're gonna get more central bank divergence, which is gonna push more inflation into the US. I mean, that's one of the reasons Powell wants to cut. If the EU and Great Britain diverge, 50 points from the US, it's going to start to become a serious problem. So you want the majority of central banks moving in tandem. And at this point, he needs the political capital because no one's listening to the Fed anymore at all. Fed raises rates, dumps the balance sheet, and then within the same day gets a GFE by buying back all the balance sheet and then cuts rates. So you want the SPX to go to 500 and bounce? If lower inflation destroys the carry trade, why are we up today? They're just selling puts. I mean, there's not a lot of margin risk on them as long as volatility keeps going down. They can sell as many 0DTE puts as they want. The risk would be vol spiking and all of those puts squeezing out. But it's not easy. I mean, it hasn't been easy for them all day. They're gaining ground, but I mean, the cost is tremendous and the risk is extremely high. If they're wrong about inflation tomorrow and inflation comes in cool, tech is probably going to sell off again, and now it's going to sell off into a massive pile of short puts. So big gamble that the pass-through of inflation was efficient over the last quarter. Tomorrow's going to be probably... It's probably going to have a lot of potential range. Like, if we get hot inflation, like real hot, that'll push the dollar. We'll be able to pump. We could get like 5,500, maybe higher. If it comes in real cool though, we could dump all the way back to like 5,200. No, Monday probably won't repeat because there's not enough, like, there's not a lot of durable short put positions getting blown up, right? There's a lot of sold puts down at like 5170, and they definitely got vol turned around, but like what we saw Monday was short puts closing en masse and blowing out the spread, right? Like VIX, no tradable VIX instrument went that high, just VIX, because the like 20 to 30 day spreads got blown out. It seems like a lose-lose situation on CPI then. Well, why? If inflation's hot, they can pump. Right now, I think most people with leverage in the market would prefer that the Fed cut rates or don't cut rates rather. It's really easy to tell exactly what the analysts want by their forecasts, right? They start, like, as soon as we tanked, they started projecting inflation higher. Like, as soon as the market started to correct, they started projecting forward inflation higher in order to trim down the speculation on Fed fund futures. Because at our peak, right, we hit more than 4 rate cuts by Jan. We're just reaching the point where two choices are cut rates and crash, don't cut rates and face economic downturn. I think both, I mean, I think we're reaching a point where all scenarios are hard landings. Yeah, I think they could. I think their best bet for keeping things stable is just another pause, right? Hawkish pause. Have we discussed the shape of the daily candles yet? Is it a jet, a rocket, a brontosaurus? Yeah, dovish pause almost crashed the shit. Yeah, well, I mean, Yuta almost crashed it, right? And the problem there is that Japanese leadership and parliament are pushing. They want the rate cut. Their fucking currency's in the toilet and they're getting murdered on imports. And they're an island, right? So they need the fucking imports. It's not like they have a choice. So BOJ might have backed off implementing the rate cut, but it's very likely that the Japanese parliament could vote to raise rates and supersede the BOJ. U.S. Treasuries be damned. They also have a new meeting that wasn't scheduled on August 28th. The BOJ does. I mean, markets are stable again, right? They've stabilized since the shock. They should be able to continue their rate increases. They need to. They can't let inflation explode. They need to try to lock it in at 2%. And it's already at like 2.3. It's already exceeding their forward projections. And imports aren't softening. It's not like that's going to get easier for them or cool off. Shipping rates are, at all-time highs for 2024. They keep going up. There's still issues with the Middle East, and we still have attacks on the supply chain, which are forcing, you have that drag on inflation and energy due to the rerouting of thousands of container ships that would normally be passing through the Suez Canal. Not only is that a lot of time for products to move to market, which strains supplies, but it's also a massively increased demand on oil supplies. Those container ships burn shitloads of fuel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There are issues in the Middle East? When did this start? I don't know, like 800 BC? You know what sounds super attainable? Waiving all income tax in the USA and raising that income with a 10% universal tariff. Stuff's gonna get dumb in the next 4 months. Whose fucking idiotic idea is that? I mean, I'm okay with it because I'm rich, but you mean nuclear reactors and container ships? What if I told you that all the oil we need is right here in the US? You still have to, I mean, that's why I'm long Hal, but you still have to scale up that production. That's Trump's big pitch. Ugh. I'm already long the only carrier whose balance sheet I trust. Just play the oil side of it, or the inflation side of it. If the US implemented a 2% wealth tax, not enough. Doesn't really do anything. When the Romans destroyed the second temple, i.e. the beast, 666. Yeah, I'm still long Oxy. Does Gamma become positive at 125 on 3M based off your charts? What? $125? On what? Why is Dixie crashing today? Because inflation wasn't hot. I wouldn't get in. What would cause you to switch bullish again? I was pretty bullish on this week. You mean like long-term bullish? A crash. Like a big, deep, long crash. Some wealth destruction sprinkled in there, maybe a little residential real estate market crash too. I mean, I'm still long stuff. I'm not like, it's not like I'm just sitting here on mountains of puts. I took profits on the drop. I'm not fucking delusional. But the situation's not getting any better. If CPI comes in under expectations, will Dixie dump even harder? Yep, a lot harder. We seem pretty bearish for CPI tomorrow. I don't think either outcome's particularly good. I do think that hotter inflation will help the current status quo persevere. But that's not a win, right? And that's going to be tricky because they already seasonally adjusted all of the things away that would have allowed inflation to print hotter, right? So it's going to be really hard to, I think, see that pass through, and I think analysts are overestimating the bump we're going to get. I don't think SPX filled the whole gap. That was 54.45.50. So we're quite a ways off still. I could go down to the 1 minute. $54.46.69 technically before the Friday gap down. Any 1 hour to expiry entries? I might get a couple puts here for fun. They're still pretty pricey though. I'll probably wait and miss the opportunity. Yeah, 260 is a bit more than I want to gamble per contract. Even if the likelihood of failing here is high. It'd be funny if the market survived 15 more months so that you could be 3 years early, just like Burry. Why would you curse me with that? I've already gotten two 15% downturns in NASDAQ. I feel like I've already won. Like 2 half crashes, 1 whole crash. I told everybody like 2 weeks in advance that we were gonna get a correction. And then everybody did that thing they do where they're like, what puts do I buy, Gherk? And I ignored them. Did you buy us Vegas? I told you how to buy them. And why they were really cool and cheap. Less of us tell us which puts to buy next time. I mean, if I did that, would you have sold them? Let's be honest. Gherk gatekeeping rich? I am not. I sold my Vega put at break even and it proceeded to 10x 2 days later. I went more than 10x. Then I would buy more at the bottom. I'm curious about the data platform you're making. Could you talk a bit about it? Yeah. We're getting pretty close to live for our beta. Like, really close. I'll probably be able to talk a lot more about it after the beta's launched. But you can ask questions. If I can answer them, I will. I sold all of my 53.50, 52.50 August put spreads the Friday we pumped before the dump. This is why sometimes it's better to have the hedge than to cut the position, right? Remember when we break below gamma neutral and I always tell everybody, hey guys, This is a really good time to have out of the money hedges. But I'm not like, this is a really good time to cut all your puts at a loss, right? I just told myself I didn't buy to break even. Well, sometimes breaking even's the best you get. I had November Vegas. It went from like 1.8 to 18K. I had some stuff too. I know. I had I had a metric fuck ton of Vega puts. I'm well aware. Is the platform name really cool, or is it boring and professional? It's super cool. Yeah. Is it a good time to buy puts for SLD? No, because we have CPI tomorrow. I wouldn't raw dog any position going into CPI. Because it got level 2 data, like NBBO? No idea what I mean by that. The email hasn't been sent. No, I'll let everybody know when we send it. To make sure that everyone who's supposed to get it got it. P Short's out here asking the important questions. PBI's pre-market CPI. It's tomorrow. PPI was today, but yes, it's always in the pre-market. No problem, Twat Waffle. My issue is I had too many put verticals that wouldn't stay in the money during vol crush. Next time I think we're going straight Omega dump. I'm going to buy my upside hedge instead of selling it. That's an option. I mean, you want to be careful with verticals. Like, you don't want too much theta on them because then they end up being useless. And sometimes it's better to just have, like, calendars rather than a straight vertical if you want to cover an extended period of time, and then just persistently sell the put position against it week over week as, you know, data and the situation change. I love watching calls on Mag 7 turn the market on a dime. Yeah. NQ's got some decent support at like 19,025, 1900, or 19,000. Didn't go out of like a week too much. Stuff like 5350, 5250 is that both skyrocketed so much my gains are relatively small. Yeah, if you have a lot of money, you can carry debits like that because you can close the short put as prices are falling. But most of the time you have to time debit spreads pretty well, and that can be difficult. You think there's no chance we trade flat tomorrow? I think it's really unlikely that we get a print that causes us to trade flat. I'm not even sure what that would be. I guess moderate inflation, but maybe slightly cooler core. So, like, 0.2 headline, 0.1 core, maybe. That's gonna be that's gonna be pretty narrow. I don't think we see that. I think we get a more polarized print. Straddle, free money. You have to worry about vol crush, but it could be. I'm definitely gonna straddle tonight, even with VIX where it's at. Even with cool CPI, could the market pump hard tomorrow? It'll be really hard to pump against a dollar that's declining even more. I mean, they can barely pump today against the dropping dollar, right? Like, this has taken a tremendous amount of put selling. If the dollar were dropping harder, that's going to start, like, it's going to start to trim the available like margin leverage, which reduces the amount of like total puts they'll be able to sell. No bias, just neutral. Done selling calls for today? Probably. Yeah. I'm still eating a loss unless this closes below 54.20. Which, I mean, I think is possible, but they may try to hold it here, try to pump into close as positioning for tomorrow comes in. There's a lot of short puts to the downside, though, so it's not impossible that on even a small drop, we could squeeze back to like 54.15, 54.10. And remember, event vol is going to rise into close, which will put those short puts more at risk. So we may see a little shakeout of the short puts here. I don't think it's going to be dramatic. I mean, but like $15. The same thing can happen to the upside though. So that's where it's tricky. Because as far as sold positions go, they're both pretty equally weighted. And the bias is definitely on the bull side, so. There could be an argument for a 0 DTE. Like straddle. It's kind of pricey. It's not too bad, but it's kind of pricey. Dole reports earnings tomorrow before the bell. Yeah, I know. The MM would like this to be around 5,400. Yeah, maybe a little higher. 5405. 5405 to 5410. I think anywhere in there, the MM would be pretty happy. Fear. They want it above 54.20 because they don't want their puts to get squeezed. They've been selling puts like right at the money for the last couple hours. Yeah, if we fall to 54.20, that would start to squeeze off puts, which could take us below 54.20. So like 54.17-ish, which could take us all the way out to like 54.05 or even 5400. So that's why they're defending 20 so much. The same is true for the bear side though, right? Like they have sold calls above 25. And they don't want those squeezed off either. Which puts us right in the middle of the two. The 25 strike's pretty neutral, actually. You know what I'd like squeezed off? Your stolen lemons. Interesting. Mm. Did the long 5380Ps sell off after Bostic was done? No, they're actually still there. The 85s are there. The 80s trimmed a bit on the drop, but the 85s are still there. I don't know if that's like that could be like a debit spread or something. I know that like the 85s and 80s are long, but it could have sold puts somewhere else, or it could be that they opened debit spreads, right, and they bought the 8085 in order to sell like the 5400. So just because there's bought puts there, I mean, that doesn't get us over the mountain of short puts below us at the money. We look at IWM 215 cover call for Friday. Is it worth it? I mean, I guess you don't give a shit if you get assigned. I'd say it's pretty unlikely that we see IWM above 210 this week, or well, significantly above 210. The chances of that happening are fairly low, but getting a beat on that would be easier after the inflation print. I'm leveraged 14 puts to 3 calls. What could go wrong tomorrow? Trade flat. Drop slightly, then trade flat. Head and shoulders forming? A little bit, yeah. It's actually a bull flag, but the breakout failed. It could turn into a head and shoulders, but it could also just dump, not form another shoulder. Carvana, a tasty short soon. I'm keeping an eye on it. To short it again. Netflix is just fucking killing it today. It's almost at 650. I feel like I should take some profits here just before CPI. Like not all of them, but some. Yeah, I'm gonna take some profits off it. Where do you get the feeling this will dump right after close? It might. Could also pump after close, technically. $23 left. 4-hour daily is a head and shoulders with a break of the neckline, and today has been a retest. Four-hour or daily? On what, the SPX? I don't really think we hit the neckline, but yeah, okay, sure. If you figure like 51.92 and ignore the volatility from Monday morning. We pushed up through the EMA 30 today, but we have a test at the 50 at 54.46. I would say on the daily, this still looks very far from being bullish. Still got a long way to go. I don't know about massive drop, but we could get a drop into close. Bulls are probably going to continue defending 220, but we could grind, maybe grind into it as charm decays out. Bears have a little bit of advantage on the charm here. But that would get more advantageous if prices start falling. Whereas we actually need to go up quite a bit for it to flip in the bulls' favor. We would need to get above 53.30. So I think above 53.30, charm will support the bull side. Below 53.20, 54.25, the support bear side. There's also a lot of in the money sold puts. Those I kind of wonder about. Because if those start to close... 19 minutes. VIX MOASS. It's not MOASSing. It bounced 20 cents. Tomorrow's another 50-50 binary day. Yeah, very much. Despite selling 140 million shares, GME seems to have suspiciously low daily volume. Today was only 3.35. It's not suspiciously low. No one wants to fucking trade it or buy it. It's just like a shit ticker. Like, who the fuck cares about it? It's not like retail's trading it heavily. It's also got like no delta on the options chain, which is what drives larger amounts of volume. It's crime, okay? No, it's not. I trade it? Okay, what's your point? Are you looking at? Are you looking to find a distribution of people who are trading GME? You have 500 people in here, and you're the only one. FCC leaps sold on GME. That counts? Eh, not really. I might trade GME if they got a new CEO and did something with their cash pile. Papa Grick way better than Matt Kors. Thanks for comparing me to the lowest bar. Are you gonna have Pickles Picks highlight within the new platform? I don't know what you mean. I must talk about my favorite company to watch ads. Did you say if you have CCs? No, someone said they sold Leap covered calls. Cosmic Lightning Warrior doesn't even trade stocks. He's like a video game streamer. Bulls are trying to run away from the charm. This is boring as fuck. $537.50.38 call credit for tomorrow. What do you think? Directional play based on high rise today, inflation report tomorrow. So you want to sell? Okay. Yeah, you could. I mean, if you're right, you're right. Like, tomorrow's outcome's still binary. I mean, you can try to analyze it as much as you want, but no one has any fucking clue how much inflation is actually passed through. And or how much of it will be revised away. Oil was too moderate. There's really nothing good to get a beat on for either of these inflation reports. Manufacturing was mixed. Services was mixed. Oil's been up and down. It's both of these, the CPI and PPI this time around are really, really hard to assess. Without making a lot of arbitrary assumptions. How many DT are you going on your straddle? I don't know, like 2? 2 seems cool. I might do 2. That way, whatever trend we get, I can follow a little bit. Because I gotta overpay for the options up front. Otherwise, I would just do 0 DTE. What's rationale for pumping tomorrow? Dollar up, leverage up. Hot inflation. Hot inflation bullish. Hot inflation? So, in terms of bullishness, hot inflation is greater than deflation. I know that sounds counterintuitive to a lot of people, but deflation is bearish as fuck. Right? Like, we talk about tightening financial conditions and the effect of the carry and all of that stuff. There's literally nothing more bearish than rapid deflation. It means all of that forward pricing just goes to 0. What are the odds of deflation? I don't know. Keeping policy high for long. So, that's the 30 breakout. Charm's supportive here. Resistance is at 35.40. 35.40. Trying to peg us into delta neutral into the end of the day. These fucking bulls are relentless. Is that DN? DN's 53, 54, 31, 53. That's also the trend test, but still short of the gap fill. Yeah, still short of the gap fill. There's no CPI leak. They just pushed us up above positive charm. I said if we go above 53.30 or 54.30, charm is positive. Below 53 or 53.25, it's negative. Which we might get to experience the other side of now. So you can expect a reaction when that flips either way. Japan Parliament convened in special session on possible BOJ interest rate increase. They announced that last night. Or day before yesterday or yesterday. Every time my call site gets stopped out in the morning, we go up all afternoon. I've gotten like belligerently bullish with my overnight straddles when we open higher. Like, I'd most days I'd rather take a loss on them than cut them early. Because it can take us so long to grind to our high for the day. when I was still being really conservative with the straddles, I would always cut them like at the next higher resistance after open, expecting, you know, the market to behave like in a healthy way, right? Like push up overnight, test the upper resistance, pull back a little and reposition. But then it like, you know, every day for like 3 months, it would go like this. And I would have cut them here. So now I just like fucking almost hold them into close if they go in the money. Oh, Jimmy made everybody a conspiracy theorist. It's possible. But if everyone's part of the conspiracy, then it's just a thing that's happening. Self-fulfilling conspiracy. Possible Blue Ocean suspending trading until August 16th? No. I think they just bought back a bunch of 5420p. No, not a big shift there. I think they closed a bunch of the in the money sold calls or sold puts at 5430. If we break below 5425, we might get profit taking on the 5425 calls and sold puts. If that happens, we could make a sharp move lower by close, like 5420, 5415. But we've got to break 25 here. If we find support at 25, they'll hold until expiration. Puts for tomorrow just priced up massively. Why would GME go from billions a month in volume to crickets? In all seriousness, is there an explanation for that? Yeah. Delta on the options chain explodes when GME runs. And then Delta drops when GME fizzles out and short vol takes over. You do understand that market makers are responsible for the churn in volume. That there's billions of shares being traded. That's all delta hedging. Right? If you have an options chain with, you know, $4 billion of net exposure per tick, right? Every time the price of the stock goes up $1, the MM is buying $4 billion, right? Every time it goes down $1, they're selling $4 billion. Now do that over and over and over and over again, and you get millions, billions in volume. The more options, the more volume, the more volatility, which begets more options and more volatility. That's yeah, but that's just, I mean, like, to understand, that's not like shorts covering or you know, people buying. It's just churn. Price up, MM buys. Price down, MM sells. Vol up, MM buys. Vol down, MM sells. and so on throughout the various first, second, and third, and fourth, and fifth order Greeks as they attempt to maintain a stable hedge. Did we test DN on the weekly? We broke through it a little bit and then failed. We got support at 25 on that bounce too. And I think if the MM's got to pick a place for this to close here, it's probably going to be like 27.50 or something. So like crime? No. Large ETFs like SPY don't have runaway volume. They can. They're also not really prone to squeezing, right? Like they're not moving so quickly through the delta on their chain that, you know, the MM's hedge is changing substantially. It happens, but it's not very common on something like SPY. But on something more illiquid, whose price sensitivity is significantly higher, you're going to have far more churn. And there's a shitload of volume on SPY, right? Like the average daily volume on SPY is somewhere around like 40 million. And that varies quarter over quarter, year over year. But you're talking about something that's moving, you know, like 1 to 2% at most a day, usually, right? Versus something that's moving, you know, 10 to 20% every other candle. Fell. Not bad. 54, 34, 55. Right. Hold on. Let me log the idiot trade for today. Did not perform as well. Okay. Let's take a look at the stuff for the end of the day. Why do you... Dude, I can turn the ads on, I can turn them off. It's going to play ads either way, no matter what I do. Even on member streams, it fucking plays ads. Why don't you just get an ad blocker and stop bitching about it? Like, I have any control of it. Either the channel's monetized and YouTube can play ads on it whenever the fuck they want, or it's not. That's it. All right, so we pushed up pretty hard today. Broke out, tested and closed above delta neutral on the weekly contracts, and tested and closed slightly above the long-term trend here on this orange line. This is the beginning or the bull signal for the reversal, right? So this is also kind of where our mean reversion would end, should it end around this period. This would be, you know, our return to mean. So tomorrow is going to be very decisive for whether we continue to move up or we reject here and move back down, and, you know, find some new lows or retest our prior lows. On futures, you know, that breakup out of the bear flag is also pretty obvious, but, you know, you can see if we pull this up a little bit. We've still got quite a long way to go till we get out by our all-time highs, which are, you know, still pretty significantly out of the money. So I would say that, you know, as far as this being, you know, a relief rally, a bear rally, this is probably where it should end, if it is going to end, and a continuation past this point would be more definitively bullish. Commodities got a little wrecked today on the falling dollar, especially oil, down 195 basis points. The only thing really benefiting from the falling dollar is gold, as people with dollar collateral exposure need to hedge that with something, and gold's a good answer to that. Dollar did stabilize at the end of the day and did pull back a little bit, but the next big support to the downsides at like 101.91. So it's got a little ways it can fall, and if inflation is cool tomorrow, it will likely fall there. Correlation ground down pretty much all day, but not really a very impressive move. We're still significantly higher than we were last Thursday, and, you know, barely exceeded the drop from Monday or yesterday. So, you know, after yesterday broke down and we dropped again, you know, they pushed correlation back through today's session, and we're just a little bit lower on the 3-month, a little bit more significant on the 1-month. But this is, you know, all short dated leverage, and this is really what matters here. So this is pretty much even with where we were yesterday, after we bounced and failed. And they're still having some trouble leveraging that, and the reason is that falling dollar, right? And we'll go here and look at the carry trade, which pretty much was flat all day, despite the dollar dropping. The dollar held a little bit more steady against the yen. We are seeing a little bit more uninversion in the yield curve, and we are seeing the forward yield on volatility grind down as that vol gets shorted out. But the forward yield on volatility is still positive, 2.28, and can very, very quickly turn around from where it's at now. Bond vol flat today, but it was up yesterday. Now moving inverse the trend and correlation. A little bit more tail risk interest last night. We'll probably see a little bit more tonight as people pick up hedges for the PPI CPI prints, or CPI print now. 39.96% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And we did get a little bit of strength and breadth today, but it's seriously trailed the move up in tech, right? So most of this move pumped through dispersion. If rate cuts are off the table, breadth is going to bleed, tech is going to sell, or tackle pump, right? And then if it looks like rates are going to get cut, we're probably going to see breadth stabilize and tech sell off. But so much of the index weight is in NQ, right? And so if tech is selling off, the market's probably going down, regardless of what happens with Dow or Russell. Even if the reactions there are more stable than they were in the drop post BOJ rate increase, right? VIX futures and VIX cash still at 96.75% correlation, so still pretty tightly correlated, and that's going to mean that they're very sensitive to anything that would possibly spike volatility. Rate cuts have moved up today from 0.86 to 0.93, so we're pricing in about almost 4 rate cuts by January of 2025. Anything more than 4 rate cuts, and we're starting to price in a recession and severely contracted growth, which, you know, causes risk off for other reasons. And we did get that for a couple days early last week, but that has stabilized since. This is getting kind of bearish, and this is where the cool inflation print, depending on how cool, could see those Fed fund future expectations move up sharply. If they do, that becomes bearish. Really just like here is not too hot, and down here, like under 3 rate cuts, this is a little bit more bullish. And hot inflation, you know, provided it's hot, would probably tone this down quite a bit. And I think that's what analysts are really hoping for here, because they want, you know, they want rate cut expectations to decline a little and not project so much, you know, economic damage. And they want dollar to move up so that they can get that leverage back in the system and really push that dispersion trade again. Which is hard to do still, because a lot of those tech companies are still in negative gamma environments, and it's very hard to long vol in those situations with any realized effect, because they're fighting back against not just the market maker on SPX, right, but they're fighting back against the market maker across all of the underlying stocks, right? You know, you've got these big short vol positions that are in place from the drop over the last few weeks, and they're not going to want to just give up all their money because the bulls want back in, right? And so leveraging, it's more than just leveraging up the index, and that wasn't true in previous corrections, right? The dispersion remained really high and the index fell, right? And so when we bounced, those bulls were able to move back into that dispersion trade really rapidly. The market maker was already supportive of their positionings, and those stocks just rocketed again, right? This is not that same situation. This is much more of a struggle than it was previously. Anyway, with all of that said, I'll write up my CPI expectations tonight and throw up some of the analyst estimates for you guys, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.